All right, hello everybody. Welcome in. The time is 3:51 p.m. on this April 17th, 2026. We had some issues going up, but now here we are, and we are already dealing with a major severe weather event, as you can see by our radar. Um, the biggest thing of note was that we did have a strong, potentially intense tornado with this storm right here. And let me switch radars right here. I'm pretty sure this is still a, okay, no, it is not PDS anymore, but it was PDS earlier. And looking at the radar scans from earlier, it was a very strong tornado that has happened. So we're already in the middle of it. We're already in the middle of it. So let's just go ahead and go up from from the most northern spot to the most southern spot where we're having these warnings. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over here in very northern Wisconsin, right by the lake. Right by the lake. And this will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized tail until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for storms moving east at 60 miles an hour. It's part of a line right here that's coming together. And this will bring some gusty winds, some small hail. Tornado threat shouldn't be too much of a concern of this line, and eventually we could push this away from here. The first area where we do have tornado warnings is in this general spot in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. And as before, we did have that PDS tornado warning that has since been dropped, although a tornado warning still remains in effect. You can still see some pretty broad rotation with that one. Definitely not as strong as it used to be, but we still need to we still need to get to a safe place if we are on the path of this. Remember, get into the interior room on the lowest floor or a basement. Never park under overpasses, and do not shelter in a mobile home or outbuilding. You want to avoid windows. Just make sure that you cover yourself from flying debris. That could be blankets, a helmet, or just anything that you can to protect yourself in your safe spot. So yeah, that tornado warning will remain in effect. We do have another tornado warning to the south. This one's moving towards Blair, and very broad rotation on this one. I'm not seeing much of a defined circulation, but this one will remain in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 40. Now going over here to the east, we just had a tornado warning over here dropped, which is good news. However, we do have a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings. This one is for ping pong ball sized tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this will be moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. So, oh, sorry if you heard that. A tornado is also possible with this storm. That's normally what they do for storms that were formerly tornado warned. So we'll keep an eye on that for any signs of redevelopment. We do got this other tornado warning down here as well. This one is includes Viroqua, Westby, Cone Valley, Chaseburg, just to name a few places in the path of this storm. For the counties, this includes southeastern Houston, western Vernon, and northwestern Crawford until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Having a bit of an issue loading these warnings up on GR2 Analyst. And then we do have this tornado warning over here that was issued a bit recently. This will be moving its way towards Clermont and Postville. Your circulation would probably be near West Union if I had to see here. Very broad rotation. Nothing really defined at the moment, but it could easily spin up into something. The main issue for this storm developing anything is that it is currently having an interaction with this storm to the south. So it will probably be a while if it's going to develop anything. going over to where we do have another confirmed tornado on the ground. This one will be near, this one will be northwest of Freeport. Just go in and take a look here to see if we got anything still going on. All right, there we go. And yeah, you can see that very powerful circulation that we had right there. And it's very rain wrapped. You can see all the rain around this storm. But you can still see that hook echo very clearly, which is concerning. Recent scans shows that there's still a bit of circulation with it, but not as strong as it used to be. I am going to be a bit worried about the storm to the south, like this part of the storm to the south, for anything tornadic in the future. That is, and by the way, that is also a PDS tornado warning. That means a particularly dangerous situation. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. And that will be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We'll get back to that one in just a second. We got a lot to go through. We got this whole line of severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We got this tornado warning over here, east of Garrison. And this will be moving east at 45 miles an hour until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this would... Oh, okay, they just updated it. It's moving east at 50 miles an hour for radar indicated rotation, excuse me. A very broad rotation also, but this is in a bit of a radar hole, so we're not able to get the best of data out of it. But we do have another tornado warning down here. They're probably about to drop this one because I don't see much of anything tornadic here. But this is all a part of a severe thunderstorm warning, including Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids, we have cameras down there. One of the issues we were having earlier was setting up the cameras, so we'll have to get that fixed. But nothing much going on in Cedar Rapids for us to urgently get it up at the moment, though. It is still 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail seems to be in most of these warnings here. Going even more south towards this massive cluster of storms. And we're about to get into it, but this is something that was anticipated to be a pretty messy storm mode. But any storms like these, for example, they could spin up strong tornadoes. The environment is there for strong tornadoes. And that's why they've put in a SIG 2 risk, 10%, for the chances of tornadoes. And I'll explain that new system in a minute. But right now we do have a impressive hook echo near Wheeling, moving to the northeast here. This will be in effect until 4:30, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is something to keep an eye on. It's not as merged as you can see with some of these other storms here. We also do gotta watch this as well. Near north of Plattsburgh, because that is someone that's trying to become tornadic. Did get a tornado report over there, by the way. I'm not sure how recent that was. Again, we did have some issues starting up. Yeah, that is something that we're gonna keep an eye on as we go through the course of the stream. We did get we still have some severe thunderstorm warnings north of St. Louis here. Let's take a look. We do got some damage reports. And these damage reports is for a tree down and a power line down. And you can see here, these are mainly warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, moving to the northeast here. And again, it's these kinds of small storms that you want to be worried about in this kind of mode, because those are the ones that you could get your strong tornadoes from. Just go ahead and just give you an outlook of what we're expecting today. Strong tornadoes are likely early before getting washed out by a messy storm mode. We're kind of already seeing that. Dangerous wind speeds up to 90 miles an hour will be widespread. That is one of the main hazards the SPC has warned us about, is the potential for wind speeds up to 90 miles an hour across a major area. That's what that modder is driven by, is for wind. And there's also going to be pockets of very large hail in some of these storms. and we'll take a look at the outlook here in just a moment. Yeah, going back here, speaking of that, we're going to be going into this moderate corridor now. And, a lot of these are 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do got this tornado warning storm right here that was just issued. This is on top of Interstate 35. Let's see if we got any cameras out there. I'm going to go in and take a look and see if we got any cameras of any sort out there. And our chances are pretty good because it is on an interstate. Okay, we do have a camera. Let's go ahead and get that one loaded up for you guys. There's your camera right there. And we'll just keep that off to the side at the moment. Until we need to bring it back up if needed. Whoa, okay, that is intense. Let's go ahead and take that full. We need to take that full real quick. There you go. Yeah, here is a live view from that tornado warned storm in Kansas. And yeah, those cars, they need to get to safety. We are getting some decent winds with this at the moment. As that is really spinning up right now, and camera's buffering at times. Yeah, so it just crossed the interstate. The area of rotation that we are worried about has crossed the interstate. If there is a tornado on the ground, we would not be able to see it just because it is pretty rain-wrapped. It would be pretty rain-wrapped if it is, and right now it seems too broad at the moment, but it is trying to get a more detailed, a more organized circulation going at the moment. Yeah, just crossed the interstate. And now it is pouring out there. Yeah, back to the radar. Going back this way, we do have these batch of severe thunderstorm warnings for mainly 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is along a small line of storms, and another part of our tornado threat would be these kinds of storms that can remain overall discreet. We're obviously going to have like a line of tornado warnings eventually, KLCS, because this environment is pretty potent for tornadoes. That's why the SPC is worried about the potential for strong tornadoes to develop. Yeah, right now that PDS should be dropped if it hasn't been already. Yeah, never mind. It's still in effect, but it should be dropped here soon because I don't see much of an intense circulation at the moment. But this is something that we need to take cover for. If we're in Orangeville, you need to get to shelter right now, because that does have a history of producing a tornado. And speaking of that, we do have a tornado warning up here. I did say I didn't think tornadoes would be much of an issue, but it seems like we do have a tornado warning up here. So I mean, you can't always get it right, unfortunately, when it comes to weather. But we do have a tornado warning right here. This is along a line, so these can spin up really quickly, even if it's a brief touchdown for like 90% of them. But yeah, that is a tornado warning moving east at 40 miles an hour until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Yeah, right now, Washburn's in that. Ashland's getting into it. High Bridge will soon be in this storm. Clam Lake, which is soon going to be in it. They probably had a brief minute or two of rain from that little that little pocket right there of rain. But yeah, they're starting to get into this. 50-mile-per-hour wind gust reports southwest of Ashland. So this is causing some pretty pretty decent gusts. Yeah, let's go back down to the south right here, where we did have a strong, potentially intense tornado occur with this storm over here. They just extended it into Price and Ocio. I'm not sure if that's how you say that 100%. But yeah, that is something that we are keeping an eye on right now. And this does have a history of producing a tornado. This is approaching Interstate 94 near Ocio. And I'm sorry if I'm not saying that correctly. And let me go ahead and see if we get any information on... So we got any information on that tornado that happened earlier. Not getting much in terms of information, but we are going to be waiting to see what we're going to get in terms of damage. Because that seemed like a very strong tornado that happened before we were able to get going. Let's see if we can get cameras on that, on this storm. On the one near Ocio. Let's see if we can get cameras on that. All right, we do have we do have a photo here of this tornado warned storm. This is near Ocio. Again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Okay, show video. Not sure what's going on there. There's a live look out of Ocio right now. We do have a tornado warned storm. And it is provided by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. And this does have a history of producing a strong tornado. So we are going to be concerned about that. Right now the rotation seems to be starting to tighten back up a little. So this is something we're gonna keep our eye on. And I think we're gonna stay on this for a bit because this does have a history of producing a strong tornado. Now looking southbound for a minute. Now looking to the southwest. So we're looking basically right at this circulation. You can see that might be a wall cloud right there. Kind of hard to tell. And getting more tornado warnings coming in, by the way. We do got more tornado warnings coming in. I go in and just make sure to go over these here. Yeah, they're focused on that. Just real quick, we do got this tornado warning right here that was just issued moments ago. Moving moving towards Highway 35. You can see that rotation right there south of Lancaster. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on as well. But right now, all of our focus is going to be on this live view to see if anything happens with this. Again, this is near Ocio, and this is the storm that does have a history of producing a tornado. A strong one at that as well. And this camera is right on Interstate 94, right near it. New scan still shows that rotation a bit. And we appear to have a live view of it right now. This camera is looking southwest. I'm gonna stay on it here. Again, we're definitely seeing something tornadic right now. You're continuing to look here. Camera's shaking a little bit. It should move south of Ocio. I'm gonna quickly see, just real quick, if there's another camera to the south. Okay, okay, stay. Okay, we're gonna stay on this here. Doesn't seem to be another at the moment. Yeah, even if you don't get hit by um even there's like no tornado, or if you don't get hit by it, there is still strong winds from this storm that is going to be impacting the area. New tornado warning, by the way, to the north of this, way to the north of this. And this is for New Post towards Gildan. That is for southwestern Ashland County, northwestern Price County, and northeastern Sawyer County in northern Wisconsin. And continuing to cover it. Oh, we do got a this one is now confirmed on the ground. There's a warning to the south that is now confirmed on the ground. Let's go ahead and get a camera down there. We do have cameras down there. We do got cameras down there. We're gonna have to set up multi-camera view, but yeah, there it is. You got something tornadic happening right there. So we're gonna go ahead and set up multi-cam. And get that ready to go. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna need to duplicate this so I can set up multicam. There you go. Sorry for doing that. I just need to get it set up. Yeah, very strong winds at the moment. With this storm. All right, let's go ahead and transition to our multi-view. And yeah, right now, the main concern is going to be more towards the south at the moment. We do have a tornado on the ground right there near Blair. And you can see that tornado debris signature that we would expect with a tornado on the ground. So that's going to be moving to your northeast here. It's radar confirmed. That's north of Blair. That will be moving towards Hickston. We do have a camera directly in that area. although it's not pointing upward. So we won't be able to see like a tornado over the like over the horizon or anything or anything like that. But we would see likely the rain shift if it makes it up there. Yeah, this is now moving past OCO. This circulation right here that we have on the top right. Very broad circulation at the moment. They just extended it more to the northeast. Yeah, this is where we have all of our observed tornado warnings at the moment. We do got some more across the area. We do got one northwest of Rockford that just got issued earlier. Yeah, right now, uh, this one now west of Taylor is the one that we are worried about. Let me go ahead and get us a better view of that. So you're going to see that camera on the top left disappear. I do want to make it more easier for you guys to see. So you might see some shenanigans happening for just a second. You aren't going to be missing much. Yeah, like things are really starting to shake out there. As again, like even if you don't get hit by the tornado itself, you still got to deal with the damaging wind aspect, which will become even more of a threat later on. Yeah, right now the good news is that the rotation here seems to have quickly fizzled out, but we are going to watch for any signs of redevelopment as we approach Hickston here. Let's see if we got any new warnings here. We do got a new warning over here near Agency. You can see that that is a pretty decent rotation signature that we just had right there. Not as much anymore, but it is still pretty intense. So we are going to be watching this. If you're an Agency or in the counties of Davis or Wapello, North Central Davis and Eastern Wapello County, you need to get to shelter. That's moving northeast at 35. Yeah, winds are really going right now. You can see this. You can see some of the rain going a bit more sideways. But right now, nothing too like nothing heavily tornadic at the moment, which is good news. Which is good news. We are also watching this area for very strong winds. This one just went up for 70 miles an hour, and you can see that kind of shape, that bow kind of shape, and that kind of thing that can bring a lot of strong winds with it, especially in the center of that. So that shape is concerning for for potentially strong winds upwards of 70 miles an hour. And we are going to be checking out cameras down there because it is along an interstate, so we will have camera coverage. And I'm going to go ahead and actually check right now what we're working with in terms of that. Let's see what we're working with here. And I'm pretty sure this was a part of that that tornado warning we had earlier, where we had that where we showcased that camera, although we didn't see much of anything. And that tornado warning has since been dropped. So we do have a camera out here in Ottawa, right? But there's also one near Homewood that we're gonna check out first, and then there's gonna be one near Ottawa. Let's go ahead and just kick it back up real quick to the northeast here, where we do have our main tornado threat to be worried about. And again, all this should be washed out. Like the strong tornado threat should be washed out eventually due to the messy storm mode that we're going to be expecting as it transitions to more of a wind event with tornadoes along that line. The tornado threat in total won't go away, but the peak of like the peak intensity of that we could see, like the highest intensity we could see from this, is going to go way down. Yeah, we are tracking multiple tornado warnings right here near the Cedar Rapids area to the north. So if you're north of Cedar Rapids, you need to go ahead and take your tornado shelter. And reminder, just a reminder, I'm going to go ahead and just cut over here. That's what you need to do if a tornado is approaching. Now, going back to where we do have our camera coverage at, right here, you're looking for signs of redevelopment. This did drop a brief tornado, so we're gonna see if this is still. Yes, they just downgraded it, but they actually put here. I don't know if this is gonna show up. Yeah, right here. Uh, this storm has a history of producing multiple strong tornadoes. I don't know if you saw that very well, but that's what they've been saying. This storm has a history of producing multiple strong tornadoes. So everybody in Hickston, get to shelter right now because this does have a history of producing strong tornadoes. And obviously, we are going to be concerned. Uh, and also we are going to have a camera coverage because that camera on the top left is right in Hickston. It's not pointing. It's not showing like the skyline, so we're probably not going to be able to see it, but we are going to be able to see it get very close to that camera. It remains on its current course. And yeah, so yeah, if you're in these polygons, you need to seek shelter right now. And obviously, we are worried about this one as well near Ocio, where we just saw it cross the interstate, and that is trying to get itself back together. You can see a bit of more broad rotation in that area, and that should remain west of Price, moving towards 12 and 27. And after that should remain mostly over rural areas of let's see what county that is, Western Clark County in Wisconsin. A new big extension to this tornado warning storm down here. Let's see if we can get something closer. That's not gonna work. And this isn't a radar hole, unfortunately, so we're not gonna be able to get the best of data. But it seems like we do get some rotation trying to start up near Perdon. Also, yeah, we are yes, yeah, that is being controlled. The Cameron Hickson is being controlled by the operator, so we are going to get a view if it ever fully redevelops. Now I want to go ahead and kick it down. Yeah, that is a very strong wind. Okay, destructive severe thunderstorm wind. Let's go ahead and change this camera real quick. Change this immediately. Change this immediately to a Kansas camera because we do got some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings right here. So this will be the first one in line near Homewood. This will be in Homewood, Kansas. and we got one in Ottawa. So this is traveling the interstate. We're going to be able to see it. You can see it's already rocking and thundering right there. Look at that tree. Look at that tree. That this is destructive severe thunderstorms for 80-mile-per-hour winds, and that's what we're worried about. That shape that we saw on radar, that is concerning. You normally associate that with higher end damaging winds. And for the people in Kansas City, I would keep an eye on this, especially southern Kansas City. I would keep an eye on this. There's going to be some very strong winds moving, basically traveling up Interstate 35. Yeah, here it is, right here. You can see all the rain curtains whipping through, and this is no joke. Again, this is a storm that is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Let's kick it back up to this tornado warning storm that we have that we're currently covering, moving towards Hickston right now. Yeah, you can see a new hook echo is trying to kick up. So this one's trying to kick itself back up together. You will be able to see that here momentarily on the Hickston camera, because we do know now that it is controlled by an operator. Yeah, Homewood probably getting is getting hit hard by 80-mile-per-hour winds at the moment. Overland Park now in a warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds to the northeast here. Yeah, this is one of the stronger storms that turn to damaging winds of the day. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do got a damaging wind report. We do got damage to outbuildings reported around Oliver. Camera might be down. All right. Yeah, I think we lost that one. Let's go back here. It's facing southeast. Got a lot of traffic on the roadways. If I connected that one more time, yeah, we're not gonna be able to get back to that one. So we're gonna be connected to that camera now. Let me just get. Let me just update this. Here we go. And nothing I'm seeing from chat at the moment. Oh, let me fix radar. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is very destructive storms. And just a reminder, now that we're starting to get those destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, this is what you're supposed to do. You need to take shelter indoors, stay away from windows. For the higher end warnings like this one, you want to treat it as a tornado and get into an interior room. You want to get into an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And again, we are dealing with potentially wind speeds up to 80 miles an hour. Be aware of down trees and power lines after. And remember, if you can hear thunder, you can be struck by lightning. That is the National Weather Service saying. And going back to the multicam, we are currently tracking two things at the moment. We are tracking a tornado warning near Hickston that has a history of producing a brief, potentially strong tornado. See, this one wants to load back up. Yeah, that one's down. So yeah, these cameras are going down, everybody. That's gonna so yeah, that is going to be an issue for us covering that, but it is to be expected with a storm this strong. Yeah, this is moving its way towards Ottawa right now, and here in Kansas. So you need to be indoors, like we just said. You need to be indoors, interior room, as This is no ordinary storm. I mean, I know this here in Kansas, you get severe thunderstorm warnings a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. But this is one of the few times where you need to take action. Where you need to treat it with more respect because this is 80-mile-per-hour winds. This is no joke. And again, I know a lot of people here are used to getting these types of warnings all throughout the year, but this is something that you need to take cover for. It's not your standard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, and you usually end up with nothing much out of it. We have seen, and we have seen in Homewood uh, that that camera go down pretty quick, and Homewood's like getting smacked with potentially wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour. The strongest part of it would be in the center part of this kind of bow-like shape. Multiple tornado warnings now. Yeah, this one is now back on the ground. Don't even go back to it. Yeah, you can see that what appears to be a tornado debris signature near Price. And that's what we're worried about. Let's go ahead and go back to Oso and see if there's anything, if they got anything since that, since we had to cut away. I don't think so. Let's go back to this. And yeah, the one near Hickston, that one has passed without much of anything that I saw. So we're probably about a pan away here from that. You know, multiple tornado warnings still in effect for Wisconsin. Here comes the storm moving into Ottawa. You can see some of the rain going across. So we do got this new tornado warning, broad rotation moving towards Reese'ville, up towards Beaver Dam, and that'll be moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. We got one near north of Stevens Point, kind of in a radar dead zone from what I can see. So if we're in that area, we want to take shelter as soon as possible. Yeah, right now, you got we got this batch of confirmed tornado warnings at the moment, and I do want to see if it is possible to get another live camera out there, as we're not seeing much of anything on the Hickston camera. Yeah, this one is now in a more rural spot, so we're not really able to see. We don't have, we basically have no camera coverage out there. Let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warning, destructive severe thunderstorm warning that we're having our eyes on right now. Yeah, yeah, there is reports right there out of Waverly of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with tree damage reported. So again, this is no joke. Yeah, now moving up into Princeton, now moving up into Ottawa. We're starting to see conditions deteriorate on that Ottawa camera. It is about right here ish. If you can see my cursor, that's where that camera is located. And we got more cameras up there that we can check out as that continues. Okay, let's see if we can get a camera up there. We can go ahead and just get a camera up there real quick. So yeah, the top left one's going to be a little bit weird for just a second as I'm just getting it readjusted. Let's see if we can get anything of that tornado warning. I'm not available. And nothing much that I can see right now. might swap this out with another Kansas camera, considering the situation going on down there. I'm just briefly gonna share this until I can find a good another spot. Yeah, conditions deteriorating on the Kansas camera on the top right, and we might have just lost it. That's not good. We might have just already lost that camera. Look, we're getting some very large hail signatures with this one as well. This one does have a history of producing pretty strong tornadoes as well, including a PDS one at some point. But yeah, right over here. Yeah, they have extended that severe thunderstorm warning to the east for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Let's see if that camera wants to come back. Unless it seems like it is, unless that's just replaying earlier before it went down, which some of these cameras do that. Yeah, we'll try to stay it there. You can see right there. You can see that rain curtain right there. You can see the divide right there in the distance. Yeah, strong winds just continuing to punch through Princeton and Ottawa. And this camera is just a bit to the east of Ottawa. So I think we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves another camera out there in Kansas. So I'm gonna have to fix that on the top right because we are changing sites. Yeah, no image available. You can also see without readjusting, you can also see some of that slowdowns that we could see because of those conditions. And that one's not live. This one's live. Let's go in and just fix that. I'm just gonna take that off screen real quick, so that way I can just fix it without it going over the other one. Oh, never mind, I did it anyway. My bad, guys. Yeah, we are struggling to get that video back. Gotta refresh it. All right, there we go. And then let me just go ahead and get this one properly. Let's see where that one is near Wellsville. All right, so we'll go ahead and give that. We have very strong storms right now. A line of storms approaching the Ottawa area. This is southwest of Kansas City, by the way. And this is in that moderate corridor where we are worried about about those large winds. So I'm starting to think that this camera might be a bit behind or just completely down because normally we because at this point they're fully in that at this point. We'll keep that up. They would be fully in that. So we'll see. We'll see in just a moment. Yeah, like look at this group of tornado warnings we have up here. Absolute insanity. And we got this bunch right here. Let's go ahead and get you guys caught up to speed. We do got a seems like you have some powerful rotation over here near Eldon. Yeah, Eldon. Uh, yeah, if you're in Eldon, you need to seek shelter right now. That is a pretty strong rotation, even though it's a bit more broad now. We also got that another tornado warning over here near Ollie. Yeah, if you're just in this area in general, you need to seek shelter. And we do have a new confirmed tornado on the ground out here. And I would imagine, yeah, so emergency management confirmed tornado. Yeah, because this is too much of a radar hole to fully confirm anything. We also got a new bunch of tornado warnings over here. This one here for Gildan, and this one over here in Upson, Mellon, and Morse. Some pretty broad rotation at the moment. And there you go. You can see conditions rapidly deteriorate as I was talking about it. Like, look, you can see how deteriorated these conditions have gone. Ooh, you can see a zap right there. Yeah, cars are taking it slow. One cloud right here, train spotter. So yeah, there seems to be a tornado activity happening up there. I did check the cameras, but I will check it again because we still have time before it gets to the Wellsville camera if we can see anything. Very strong winds on that one. That one just went down. Both of them went down. See if we can get it back. Oh, there we go. I don't see anything too insane on the Wisconsin camera. I don't see. Yeah, look at the conditions. Near whiteout conditions. Near whiteout conditions ongoing. There's some insane wind. Yeah, unable to get those two cameras at the moment. I was just going and pulled this one back up. And never do this. Never, 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 never do that. Never park under an overpass. That is, you see that right there. You never, 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 never do that. Do not park under overpasses. We are literally seeing somebody parking over that overpass. You cannot be parked under there. Also, hey there, man. Sorry I didn't get your message fast enough. I was just checking out the cameras, but yeah, how you been? Going to fix this. Yeah, we have multiple confirmed tornadoes at the moment. All of them are Wisconsin, actually, which is not where the true corridor. I mean, up here, that's not where the true corridor was at. The main corridor was down here in the Iowa, southern Wisconsin, and northwestern Illinois region. Yeah, total slowdowns on the road, and quickly, just to quickly toss it back down real quick to what we're covering right now is this destructive line of severe thunderstorms. You can see on velocity again. This is not what it truly is on the ground. We're scanning this about 3,000 feet off the ground, but we're getting like well over. Wait, hold on, let me. Oh yeah, we got another car parked under there. Do not do that. See, now that truck can't get through. That's why you never do that. That truck can no longer get through now. That's just something that you cannot do. And now that truck is parked under the overpass. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. But yeah, we're scanning up to on a GR2. We're scanning up to 80 knots, which is over 90 miles an hour. And obviously, that's not what we're experiencing on the ground, but that is still strong winds at that level. That will be around 80 on the ground. That's currently what it's warned for anyway. And yeah, you can see that classic bow shape. This classic bow shape is what you basically always see in storms that have higher end wind. That's basically what you always see. Let me go ahead and get chat pulled up on my phone. Yep. All right. All right. Thank you very much. It will help us a lot. And now that truck's pulling out. Yeah, in terms of hail, it's a nickel-sized hail. So the main thing we're worried about is very damaging winds, 80 miles an hour. And again, we have this absolute cluster of warnings. Although these ones down here have been dropped, which is good. Which is good news. Severe thunderstorm warnings still remain in effect. Next one to be hit will be the Wellsville camera on the top left of your screen. That will be the next one to be hit. And that one's facing to the northeast. Go and get that fixed. Yeah, we might pull out of this one now because the storm is basically passed. Look at the Rockford, Illinois storm. All right, we'll go ahead and take a look at that. I do know that does have a history of producing strong tornadoes before we started because we had some streaming issues. But yeah, that is a. Let's see. What's? Oh wait, hold up, let me. I thought I clicked on it, but I didn't. Yeah, now we just got this line of cars just waiting to move. But yeah, this storm. I mean, you can start to see it becoming tornadic right here south of Durand. That's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. It said it's moving east at 40 miles an hour, so we'll roll with that. Tornado in baseball sized hail. Baseball sized hail. So that is very destructive. That was a that was one of the main concerns from the SPC, and that type of hail suggests that we have a strong updraft with this storm. So it could produce a strong tornado if conditions allow. It has the updraft necessary, and it's really trying to get itself going. With scan at the higher levels here, and we do got some pretty broad rotation at the moment. Nothing too defined right now, but that can quickly change in a heartbeat. You're already struggling to get that. Let's go ahead and swap out the cameras. I am going to move that camera to the right here, so it's easier for me to keep up. Because it'll stop displaying themselves after a while, and then we'll get the one on the top left, more further away. This one live? No, that one's not live. That one's down. That one's down. That one's up. That one's down. That one's not live. That one's down. That one's down. That one's down. That one's not live. Oh, you can get a good look at that at that shelf cloud right there from that storm. That is something we'll probably keep up for just a moment because I cannot find anything that's live. Yeah, this is like we're getting into the outskirts of Kansas City itself. Let's just get that location real quick. All right, let's refresh. Oh, okay. Let me fix that. Hold up. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick so I can readjust. Okay, I'm gonna test it on my phone real quick. Okay, testing, testing, testing. Let me. No. Let me add. Oh, okay. Wait. I'm using one of my old mics. Hold up. I'm using like one of the old mic setups I had back in the day. I made a better one. Let me just. Where is it? Where is it? I'm gonna have to. All right, this is gonna look weird for just a second because I need to copy it over. Is it okay? Wait, is it this one? Wait, let me check my phone. Okay, wait, is it this one? Okay, it's that one. So that's audio capture. Where is it? Where are you? Is it this one? Wish you could tell me. Um, I think it's that one. We're about to find out here in just a moment. Back to the radar feed, please. Audio capture 7. That is. Don't think that's what I want. Wait, is it? Oh, wait, I just. Okay. Um, let me check the filters on this one. No, it's not. Wait, didn't mean to start recording either. Okay, wait, let's try to refresh that one because I think that one might be down now. Let's go back to multicam 2. Please go back to multicam. There we go. Now I gotta apply this to everything. It's gonna take a while. We're gonna go here. No, not that one. Not that one. It's this one. Audio capture 8. It. We have found it. We have found it. All right. I don't have a Discord server linked. Oh yeah, it's because we're going through. We're planning on rebranding this channel, in a moment. Still waiting for the new graphics. We're just rebranding it because the people that used to own, like they used to own this kind of branding. I mean, they pulled out like a long while ago, and I want to go ahead and fully disconnect from that because this channel has become basically my own thing at this point. A new update on that camera, by the way, that looks insane. Okay, now let's go back to radar. Now that we got everything fixed, let's see what we missed. Yeah, so yeah, part of that process means that we're just going to be making a new Discord server in its entirety. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the graphics guys that I've hired to be done with everything. That's also why some of this stuff isn't really working at the moment because we're currently in the middle of moving everything over. Please get something working. Nope. I was just supposed to check the road. I get a massive slowdown right here. Oh, what happened here? Oh, look at that on the right. That is near whiteout already. What happened there? Is it some like kind of road accident that happened? That's very bad time to have that happen because we got a major storm coming. Yeah, a bunch of a new 21. I do want to check this out again because that did look a bit concerning. You can see on the top right, it's near whiteout now from the 80-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado report right here. Brief tornado touchdown, no known damage. And you can, yeah, that hook signature is really concerning. You're starting to see some more defined coupling trying to kick up right here. And again, this does have a history of producing multiple strong tornadoes. We're losing that camera once again. Yeah, you could see that. Um, the cameras up here, Illinois' cameras are basically never live. They're just photos, like the one you see on the top left. It's not live, so we're really not gonna get anything much unless there's a tornado actively there in the middle of the screen, which is very rare. But I guess I'll try. I'll guess and try and see what's up there. Reload that. I just wish Illinois had better cameras. This one, I go to this website for it. Also, did it go down? Uh oh. Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, we're good. Yeah, nothing on cameras right now. This one's going down like crazy. Potentially. But we'll see. It was initially supposed to start in April, but I got busy in April and other projects, so we announced it last stream that we were doing the rebrand. It's supposed to be completed by April, but now we're looking towards May. Looking towards May. Go and see if this one's still destructive. Yep, that one's still destructive at 80 miles per hour. Now, yeah, downtown Kansas City is starting to get smacked with some severe thunderstorms right now. Strongest winds is near Hillsdale and Wagstaff, and no longer near that area um where we had full camera coverage going up the interstate. Although it seemed like this camera on the top right was the last one we could get. And also, yeah, nothing on Travel Midwest that is useful to us, which is where we get our Illinois cameras from. Let's see if there's like anything. Where is that camera that had like that shelf cloud? I think it was this one, but now it's just fully gone. Yeah, now it's just pouring rain. So yeah, definitely some situation going on right here that's slowing down traffic considerably. And now they got to work through the rain to whatever happened there. Normally, these kinds of websites shows you what Oh yeah, it shows you what happened here. Yes, I-35 southbound crash. So somebody crashed. And again, that's probably the worst time to have one of those. And with these lines of storms, we're obviously also worried about quick spin up tornadoes. And again, going back to the event overview, I forgot to paste the new mic here, but Yeah, the event outlook, again, strong tornadoes will get washed out by a more messy storm mode, and that's what we're already seeing. Of course, that strong tornado threat will still persist. Um, However, it is going to start going down here momentarily. We're now worried about that second point right there of dangerous wind speeds up to 90 miles an hour. So that is the main thing that the SPC is worried about after this strong tornado threat concludes. I think now we could probably go back to radar feed. I don't see much of having another camera because we don't have another camera nearby that we could track this in. Actually, let me check Missouri's and see if they have anything out there. I doubt it because it's not like interstates or anything. So we'll take a look. Cameras. Uh, okay, we do actually have cameras out there now that I am seeing and behind the scenes. If they're up, that is. Yeah, they're up. They're working. Does this one work? Yeah, we actually do have a handful of cameras. Oh, it was work. Oh, yeah, one of those cameras was working on the Missouri side. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, here's a view of that. We could have probably gotten a more insane view earlier if we were able to see that it was live on the Missouri side, but I didn't expect that to work. Flash flood warning, by the way, in effect for Kansas City. But yeah, we're still able to keep an eye on this. Is this still destructive? Yeah, it is still destructive now into Missouri. It is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning moving into Missouri. Let's go back over here, and yep, there it is. There it is. This one is now back on the ground, and this is a weather spotter confirmed tornado along with baseball-sized tail that's moving its way towards Rockton and moving its way towards Interstate 39. And there might be, let me switch to that. There might be a camera on the Wisconsin side. Yeah, they do have a camera on the Wisconsin side. So I am going to have that pulled up. Should we go back to a multicam? I think we should go back to a multicam. So I'll have this popped up here. If there's a camera operator on this, then you will be able to point it right at it. It's going to be a bit hard to see though. But I am going to go back to multicam again. That's okay. And then I'll update it. We'll go in and get that updated for you guys. Yeah, there's that tornado right there. That is the top right is the closest we can get. I'm just hoping that there's an operator on that that can turn it to the southwest. But if it does remain on the ground by then we'll be able to see it as it moves northeast. If it's not rain wrapped, that is. But yeah, right now confirmed tornado on the ground by weather spotters. Let's go and check this tornado report. Uh, Yeah, it just says tornado on the ground, nothing by like size or anything. But it's moving up towards Rockton. So if you're in Rockton, you need to seek shelter right now. Considering the fact that it's producing baseball-sized hail, and that suggests we have a strong updraft. So this will produce more tornadoes if it doesn't choke itself. I mean, and Madison out here is completely surrounded in a ring of fire with severe thunderstorm warnings. We also got another strong storm forming here. This one is in eastern Iowa, and this and it's completely tornado warned too. I think they're banking on the fact that there's going to be quick spin ups with these, and yeah, you might see one right there near Worthington. You might see another trying to kick up over here south of Cascade. So yeah, definitely worth the warnings here, and that will remain moving eastward. Okay, so now that we're getting close to Missouri, we're gonna go ahead and switch that top left camera with some Missouri ones. Yeah, so Wagstaff is right in the middle of that. So peculiar. I did see a camera there. We're gonna go and switch to. I gotta get Missouri up. We'll say that having this stream deck has really made it easier to switch these cameras, so we're able to get here quicker. We got some in cast as well. I'm gonna check these ones out and see if they're worth showing, like popping up in the future for future reference. And we might show some in cast as well. Yeah, but we're gonna be in peculiar. So we're gonna go and just. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Number one, just update the location information. We are also getting people to help behind the scenes because again, right now it's a one-man show. I'm having to do a lot of behind the scenes, as you can tell. So we're currently looking into to see how we can get somebody to just do that for us, because that would save a lot of time and allow me to focus on actually covering more of this. Yeah, just readjusting this right here, as you can see. Too much, too little. Bump it up a little bit more. There we go. Nice. Nice. So there we go. Now we got camera coverage in Missouri as this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This line that currently has a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on it is now going to be crossing state lines here, and we are worried about the possible development of tornadoes as well along this line. Can't rule that one out. Let's go back to Illinois real quick because we just got a updated one here. I do want to check it out. And yeah, that's right near Rockton now. So yeah, it's been extended. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground still. That will be crossing the interstate. It says Interstate 39 it will be crossing. And we do have camera coverage on it. Location is on the bottom right. The little tag there is where it's at. This one's basically right on that interstate. Let's see if uh let's see if there's more cameras, including the one that could potentially face that general direction. There is one in Clinton, up here in Clinton, if it does get there, that has more of a skyline view that's actually facing that area. But apart from that, nothing that I could really see. Yeah, there isn't really much. Another tornado report right here. This one is, yeah, multiple photos and videos shared via social media shows a tornado on the ground. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Actually, that would be more. Let's actually look up the town name near it. All right. Yep. So We do have photos of a tornado on the ground. Looks to be a small kind of, it looks to be a smallish tornado, but size doesn't matter all the time. It can still become there can still be powerful winds in it. I'll go in and share this one in chat right here. See it in chat. Obviously, can't share it, but you could see that you could see that tornado right there if you take a look at that tweet that I just posted there. And because of copyright reasons, we can't share the photo, but that's how we get around it while still supporting the chasers. Is to direct y'all to that. So this just got extended for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This one's just about across the state line, so we're gonna get ready to track that. Go back up here. Your Sherwood, pretty broad rotation with that one. Going back up here, you have multiple tornado reports with that one. That one's in a radar dead zone. But yeah, it says here, uh, yeah, we do have reports of tornado damage with that one. And yep, there it is right there. They just extended that into the Clinton area. So if we get something, we'll be able to see it here. Yeah, it's moving right up towards it. We have we're going more west than usual. Again, some of these cameras have operators on them, so I'm just seeing if any of them are like moving the camera around. Sometimes you get an operator that's like controlling the camera and they swing, whether they move the camera left to get a visual. That's currently nothing that I'm really seeing at the moment. I am going to keep that one up though. I have a truck that pulled over there, by the way. Yeah, this is moving more north. Yeah, I won't be able to check it though. Yeah, so um near Riverside. This is we got this tornado warning near Riverside, moving northeast. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. Yeah, they have cars pulled over. They may be chasers. That car might be a chaser that just pulled over right there, taking a look at that storm. Yeah, we also have some monster hail falling with these storms right here. You can see very clearly. Tornado warning, by the way. Tornado warning over here. Is that one? That one is that one right there. Oh, okay, never mind. That one's still going. Yeah, tornado warning now in effect. This does slightly include where that camera's up in Peculiar. So yeah, seek shelter right now if you're in this. A tornado would spin up very quick in a storm like this. It is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Now let's go ahead and kick it back up. I want to kick it back up to the one in Illinois because it's just about across. And I really want to make sure that we don't miss anything important. It looks like yeah, it seems like there's nobody controlling this, so we're not be able to get a view. Also, I'm going to move that so that way my mouse cursor doesn't get there. Yeah, it looks like it is occluding because of that sudden turn to the north. So we are going to keep an eye on it still, but it looks like it is occluding, which is good news for the short term. For the long term, we'll have to see. Yeah, now we got a bunch of cameras. We're about to get a bunch of camera coverage coming in for this one. Peculiar will be next. Let's go to. I don't think we're gonna get anything on this, so I think we could go to Missouri. We have to decide which ones we want to stick with. Okay. So I think we're gonna do a thing where we're just gonna go back and forth between some of these cameras. So I'm just gonna lay that one Missouri for right now. Yeah, you can see on the right hand side of that screen, on the top right, you can see very clearly that storm that's approaching, and that is going to be packing a lot of juice. And that is now tornado warned. I want to highlight that is now tornado warned, and that's going to be in Belton right there. Belton. Which one do you want to stick with here? I think we're going to stick with this one. Peculiar. Let's see. Let's see if there's any cameras between there. No. Okay, so this is the lone camera. So we're going to stick with that one. It's still destructive. Yeah, but it's still destructive at 80 miles an hour. And this is tornado warned. So we are seeing a tornado warned storm moving its way in. In Iowa, we do have a confirmed tornado warning that's now confirmed on the ground. I mean, even if you don't get hit by this, that is some very strong wind we're seeing with that. And actually, yeah, that is destructive for 90-mile-per-hour winds. 90-mile-per-hour winds. So again, remember, if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to take shelter indoors, away from windows. And for higher end warnings, which is exactly this one, you want to treat it as a tornado and get into an interior room. Let's go back to the multicam because we're about to see another powerful storm make its way through Belton. And this is one of the cameras that we have available to us. I think we'll go in and toss this one up as well. I don't think we're getting much of anything on that one. So for now, we're just gonna leave that there. For this one, let's go ahead and see if I can get something out of Iowa. 80. Yeah, so that is a confirmed tornado, and here we go, guys. That powerful storm is making its way through the area. Still have some time on that one, so I'm just gonna mainly focus on getting camera coverage for this one and here in Missouri. Did they up that one? No, it's still 70. Yeah, here's your live views right here. Yeah, Belton's starting to get in it. The stronger wind seems to be south. We do got somebody trying to kick up here in Belton. I want to highlight that. Yeah, ignore the one that you have on the top left. That's in Belton. I can't change it right now though. Yeah, powerful winds are making its way through the area right now with a tornado warning as well. Also see real quick at this. I'm into the northern camera. Nothing there. Yeah, we have what appears to be a thin circulation right there, kicking its way up and belting. You can see that hook echo. But it's too rain wrapped at the moment to see anything. They shifted the camera around. Pretty sure I saw a bit of a power flickering on one of those screens right there. Oh yeah, you can see the rain getting a lot more intense and a bit of debris. Oh yeah, you can see some debris on that. You know, rain going sideways. We got debris on the top right. Whoa. Yeah, so if we're in Belton, make sure that you're in your safe spot. We just seen some debris on the top right camera. I'm not sure if anything was shown on the top left because I was looking at the top right. Yeah, this is moving straight to the northeast towards Lee Summit. Oh yeah, now confirmed on the ground. So yeah, we just likely seen a tornado hit. We likely just seen a tornado hit. We just saw debris flying in the air. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Radar confirmed tornado. Damage reported. Yeah, right here. So yeah, we likely just seen a tornado hit right by the camera. Yeah, they're moving the camera now. Yeah, in case you just joined us, this is now confirmed on the ground. And earlier, we just seen debris flying by the camera. It looked to be like nothing like big, but like leaves and stuff, like moving sideways. And yeah, you could see on the radar, like on that radar signature, that camera. If you can see my cursor is right on that right there. So it might have been less than it might have been less than 500 yards away. That was very close. Yeah, confirmed tornado on the ground. in Missouri. Yeah, peculiar. Got cars parked on the overpass. Don't do that. Feel like I don't need to keep explaining that. Go ahead and keep tracking it. Got cameras in the Northeast. Let's see if we can stay on it. See if any of these cameras are showing anything else as well. It's going to be normal rain from this point forward. So let's go ahead and keep going. I'm gonna get a camera down here. Which one is this one facing? It might be facing eastbound. I don't see any signs of dam. I don't see anything in terms of major damage. So it might have touched down literally on the highway. Or yeah. So that was very possibly tornadic that we just seen. Eastbound. Okay, we're okay. I'm checking in the Lee Summit area, and we're just mainly looking for cameras that would show that would show something. We do got 3 cameras to play with here. Now it seems like these ones are camera controlled. Yeah, they just updated it here. Yeah, still confirmed on the ground, northwest of Raymore. I think we're gonna go ahead and pull away now from that camera and get some new ones set up. I think this one's facing eastbound, so we'll keep that one up because that one's facing east. And then where would this tornado eventually go? Kind of moving again. These will wobble, so we can't always rely on this. But this is moving in that general direction. So we'll go ahead and what's the camera's further back like? All right, it's facing northbound. So I think this camera would be best because that one's I'm pretty sure facing west. So we got proper camera coverage east and west along this area of Lee Summit. So once it gets there, we'll be able to see it. Yeah, we just seen possibly a tornado touch down right near the camera. At this point, I'm more worried about damaging winds rather than a tornado with this one. But yeah, this is moving right up towards West Liberty. Couldn't find cameras for these, unfortunately. But yeah, that's gonna pack a serious punch. So let's go and check back in on this storm and see how it's doing. It seems like it might be. Yeah, it seems like it included, and now it's trying to kick up another one near Clinton, which if that continues, we might check out the one in Clinton eventually. And let me go ahead and oh wait, yeah, I forgot to put that in full screen. There we go. Let's go ahead and get these updated too while we're at it, because I think we're good now. It was a Lee's Summit on both of them. Yeah, the things about those tornadoes in the lines is that sometimes they die out pretty quick, but not always. And yeah, we do got a new tornado warning up here northeast of Eagle River. This might be the first time on stream I've shown this radar all the way up this far north. Yeah, some decent rotation of that one, moving its way towards the Michigan border. So we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, let's go back down to Missouri. Yeah, public report of a tornado touchdown. That was the report that just came in. And yeah, I was checking on the rotation side of things. Tornado doesn't appear to be on the ground anymore. Rotation is getting a bit more broader, which is good. We need that to become more and more broader. Now, there's going to be crossing the radar site, so we're going to be getting close to ground level in terms of the wind speeds we're getting. And also, this one is no longer destructive. It went down to 70, which is still major winds. The flash flood warning remained in effect for Kansas City. And we also are dealing with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings down here, right on the edge of the moderate corridor. Let's go ahead and go here. Want to see if anything's trying to form again with this one. Because we have a camera in Clinton that we could go to if that's necessary. And yeah, for this area that already got hit by a tornado, it looks like we got another tornado warrant storm making its way there in the long run. So we may have to keep an eye on that. And this is moving towards Nasonville. Don't think. Yeah, we're not going to get a tornado debris signature this high unless it was very strong. But yeah, some decent rotation of it north of Sherwood, and that will continue its way to the northeast. This might be the Hickston cell that produced that strong tornado area. That might be the same one. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, we have 12 tornado warnings on the board right now and 33 severe thunderstorm warnings. So as 7 flash flood warnings. Go back to Lee Summit real quick. Yeah, and just like that, the rotation seems to be gone now. That's how fast they come and go. I don't see any indications of rotation, so they might drop that one here momentarily. And yeah, again, that's just how fast these things form. That's just how fast they form and go. We're kind we like the last like week or more has been filled of with filled of severe weather. Fortunately, wasn't able to cover much of that because we've been focused on the rebrand, but we're really excited to show you guys what we got coming up on our coming up later next month. New severe thunderstorm warning in effect up here from Brimfield, Ellisville, Norris, Canton, Farmington, London Mills, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. And it looks like it's moving more to the northeast, honestly, but we'll roll with that. Camera operator on that one, just seeing what we have. Oh, it looks like that was out for a moment. So we are getting power outage. Which, speaking of that, let's go ahead and get you your power outage updates. Let's go ahead and get that for you guys. In power outages, we have 11,000 in Missouri, 11,000 in Kansas, 18,000 in Illinois, and 12,000 in Wisconsin. So that's how many places we have out. Let's just I'm gonna take a look at this. I'm gonna take a look at Kansas. I know you can't see this at the moment. I'm just checking for myself. But yeah, we have 50% of Lyon County is out of power right now. 50% of Lyon County in eastern Kansas is without power at this current time. And a handful of outages across Illinois and Wisconsin. They're more wider spread apart because, I mean, look at this. We have a massive cluster of warnings. Of severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, tornado warnings, the whole shebang with this one right here. And we got a hook forming with this one, so that's something we're going to need to keep an eye on. Yeah, right now, this one not really getting itself back together. More worried about the one on the left, honestly. It's only going back in one frame, which is kind of annoying. But there's nothing I could do about that. Yeah, continuing our coverage here. I'm going to pause this camera real quick to show you the SPC outlook. Again, we have a 10% SIG 2 up here in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois. Right now, that's verifying. We had a, PDS tornado warning, a few of them up there, including what appeared to be a strong tornado right before we started. And then for wind, that's verifying as well. You can see that small SIG 2 area. That's what's driving this moderate for the most part. Is that SIG 2 wind 45%, and that's where we had basically had our bow or bow echo there of a very strong wind, and then just isolated SIG 2 amounts of a large hail expected as well. Again, we have graphics coming up that will help better explain these as we transition to this new way of forecasting how strong we could see these. I'm a big fan of this because I think it better conveys the event level, because before you couldn't. I mean, like a sig like this could mean a few EF2s or your violent super outbreaks. There is no clear difference between them, and now with this, we have a clear difference. Now go and put that camera back in. All right, let's go back to yeah, they just issued a tornado warning on the one I was talking about near James. That includes Janesville. So swapping these cameras out now. We're gonna be swapping them out for one in Clinton, and then one in Jamestown. Go ahead and swap this out. We've been on this graphic for a while. Normally, with some of these events, you get nothing of use. So let's go back to Wisconsin, and we want one out of Janesville. Let's see if we can get a good one. I'm gonna have to readjust that again. East, northwest. I'm actually going a bit too far north. We'll just show this one for now, and then I'll just check out some of the other ones eventually. Just gotta readjust it. Readjust. By the way, I'm not able to look at chat at the moment. So if there's any new messages, I'll get around to it momentarily. Got more cars parked on the overpass. Feels like it needs to be a lesson in driver's education why you should never do that, but nothing that we can do about it. I'm able to check chat now. Why are so many people parked under overpasses? Well, oh, we share the same name, and yeah, and Antigo, Wisconsin. Let me go to that. Oof, where would that be? I'm not too familiar with geography up here, but um, but is it the one that we were just on, Oliver? If that was your name, I forgot. I'll just look it up. Antigua, Wisconsin. Okay, it's up there. Okay, that one up here. And yeah, to answer your question, Tyler Alexander, we share the same name, by the way. It's mainly just because it's a. There's multiple reasons, but it's mainly because there used to be a myth back in like the '90s and '80s and all that about how it's safe to park like under overpasses during like tornadoes and like severe weather. And even you could even see like news stations like talk about that kind of stuff of like, oh, you should park on the overpass, like especially during that May 3rd coverage, like back in 1999. But now it was proven that like that's like one of the worst options you can pick because it's turned into a wind tunnel. But yeah, that hopefully that answers your question, Tyler. Yeah, there it is. More broader than I thought. We did get a funnel cloud report out of that. Oh yeah, they're moving the camera. But yeah, that's moving up towards Elton and west of White Lake. They're zooming in on that. Zooming in on that right now. But yeah, that's oh, jeez, that was a rapid change. Yeah, 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So let's just go back down here. By the way, would like to go back down here. Yeah, they're just sharing what we were seeing in Clinton. But yeah, right now broad rotation on this one near Janesville. We'll see if that one kicks up. You have camera coverage, as you can see. That's where our cameras are at this moment. We go over here. Yeah, they did drop the tornado warning a while ago, and now it looks like so far we're still getting some gusty winds, but it's no longer um that very impressive bow echo that we've seen. Like a very impressive boa that was producing 80-mile-per-hour winds. Now it seems to be just forming into a cluster of just storm activity. That is all severe warned, by the way. Going back here, yeah, tornado warning extended. Okay, yeah, I see where they're tracking here. Yeah, it seems like it's kicking back up here. As it's about to cross Interstate 80. I'm not gonna be able to find that in time because they don't have a map. Um, so let's go back. We did get a new funnel cloud report. So let's go back to this one near Elton. Definitely no cameras up here. Definitely not. Um, yeah, and you could see that rotation moving up towards Elton. So again, that is a funnel cloud report. Doesn't say the size, but that's from dispatch saying that. So if you're in Elton, you need to take cover. We could have a developing tornado here momentarily. And this is kind of in a radar not a major radar dead zone, but we're not gonna get the best of data out here. That should remain just west of White Lake, but that's kind of too close to call. And Lane, Langlade, I think that's how you say that, and Hoister are also in that warning. Yeah, we got this tornado warning moving up towards Nasonville, and yeah, you can see that tiny couplet there. Let's see if we got any debris. Nothing that I can see at the moment. But yeah, we're in Nasonville. Take cover right now. Marshfield will be next. Hewitt will be next. So there is that. I think for what does it say? Arpin. Yeah, Arpin will probably will you should probably be you're probably going to be in the clear of this. Just stay in your shelters for a few more minutes to make sure that this is just going to be moving away from you. But keep in mind, you still got more severe thunderstorm warnings on the way. They're probably be extending one in this general direction. So you are going to get severe thunderstorms still. I'm just checking. I'm just checking something real quick. Okay, so now if we go up, no, actually down here to these group of storms surrounding Davenport. There's a certain way to say. I just forgot it. It's been a while since I covered up here. Well, we were covering this area for our last stream, but in this general area, it's been a while, so not the sharpest at the moment. But yeah, north of Moscow, not Russia, but Moscow, Iowa. We're gonna be seeing that moving northeast away from Davenport. We got this other one to the south for some broad rotation, making its way towards Highway 61. Eventually, and now we got these storms moving up to the like pretty much due north at this point. That would join along this line, continue that severe thunderstorm, that severe thunderstorm line. You're actually getting reports now of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Kansas City. 70 on the dot, which that's what I was warned for. We may see some more flash flood warnings issued down here. Actually, yeah, there is some issued already because of that kind of train-like effect of storms moving on top of each other over and over and over. Yeah, let's go back to and yeah. So since somebody gave all this to some attention, let's go back up here. These warnings up here. We gotta make sure that we're covering everything. We can't. We just gotta make sure that we're covering everything. So going back up here. Oh yeah, yikes. That is some strong rotation that was pointed out here in chat. Moving up towards Elton here, and I highly doubt we have cameras up there, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to check if we do. Yeah, not happening. So, and no camera coverage up there. But right now, that is some pretty strong rotation. So again, that is now moving away east of Elton. And so, but however, if we're in that warning, you need to seek shelter right now. That is some strong rotation forming. You can see on the top right that guy's panning to show what's going on over there, which let's toss it back down just real quick down there. See what we're working with. Just look all these people on the overpass. Unacceptable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, we also got all of this going on down there, so we gotta make sure that we're covering everything too. So it is gonna try to it is gonna try to get a more defined circulation going. I think this storm's done over here on the east. I think that one's done. Because now it's a version of this storm. But yeah, I am concerned about this one because it is trying to hook up a little bit as that's approaching Janesville. Let's get cameras right now on that. Cameras, not there. Stop showing that. This one, if they would. Okay, okay, that was the one that we were originally on. Let me line that up. And they're directly in the path of the tornado of this rotation too. Jeez. Let me just correct this real quick, and then we're gonna swap out this camera. Yo, look at that! Look at that! Wow. Where is that near? That's off of Janesville. That's near Crestview. Wow. Let's keep that one up. All right, there we go. Okay, let's go back up to the north. Another funnel report, by the way, came in for this one. So it is really trying to get something down. It is really trying to get something down right now. That is west of White Lake, and that is crossing 64, and it will eventually cross 55. So again, if you're in that polygon, you need to seek shelter now. But I do want to go back. That you have something down there? Go back down. These are the two storms I'm focusing on right now. I did see something over here. I'm not sure. Oh, you can see some of the spin. You can see some of the spin on that. If you look to your top right, you can see some of that spin. So yeah, it is on it. Holy smokes. Yeah, again, if we're in Janesville, an area south, and towards Jonestown Center, we want to seek shelter as soon as possible. Got more cars under the overpass. I know I keep repeating myself, but seriously, don't do this. Do not do this. But see if you got any other views in that area. I think that's as close as we're going to get. Yeah, they need to point that camera left. Look at that. Let's go back up here real quick. The rotation's kind of broadening a bit out near White Lake, but we'll keep an eye on that. Toss it back down real quick, so we can fully focus on this. Um, this one north of Davenport's pretty broad. Still has damaging winds on it though. Let's check. Let's see. Is that destructive? No, that's 70. Still strong. This one's broad. Go here. And now they're pointing it left. Oh, come on. Oh, look at that. You can see some of that rain currents. Yeah, a lot of so that one might try to do something here near Canton and Monticello. And as for everything else down here, nothing really much apart from severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, toss it back up here. Live camera views, everybody. Yeah, yeah, you can see it forming something tornadic again. Yeah, they got something. Uh, they 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 are yeah, these cars right here are basically directly in the path of this. Unacceptable. Yeah, a lot of scud you can see right there. Yeah, we do have something tornadic forming right here, right now. And if we're gonna see something, I think that camera on the top right will see it. Currently facing southeast. I'm calling a storm chaser up here by Davenport. All right, that's good to know. If you can, just let me know what he sees because we do need help out there. Because we do got a couple of tornado warnings over here, but the one main one I'm focusing on, and it looks. Don't tell me we lost it. I've lost both. Anything else? That one's down. That one's down. This is the new closest. Oh, but yeah, that is really starting to hook now. This is what I was worried about. So right now, if you're in that area, you need to start taking shelter. We have lost a lot of our streams. This one's back. We get this one back. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I'm gonna put that on the other camera so we can take that one full. I would want to take that one full. On my second monitor here. Oh yeah, you could see Yeah, this is quickly becoming tornado. Look, yeah, look right here. Yeah, we are getting some very strong winds, and you can see a proper couplet on here. You're losing these cameras like crazy right now. And again, I would treat this as a developing tornado and get to your safe spots right now. This is a very serious situation right here. Yep, yep. Okay, they just confirmed it. They just confirmed it. Weather spotter confirmed tornado on the ground right now. And again, we have live views. This is as close as we can get it. Yeah, it would be right in there. It would likely be right in there. You could see it. If they could move it left, you could get a view at it. That pole might block it though. Yeah, major slowdowns right now. Still got cars parked under the overpass during this. But yeah, right now that is a confirmed tornado on the ground that just crossed the interstate. And are not moving it anymore. This camera would have it for sure. The one in Clinton would have it. That one might have had it. Yeah, this one was the one I was worried about. It's facing southwest. Your rotation getting a bit more broader. Got cars pulled over. What is that polygon? Because of CWA? Shows me. Might be because of that. But yeah, that is a weird polygon. But that is a confirmed tornado moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This car is still parked on the overpass. Well, one of the main like one of the main things I had under my safety tips is never park under overpasses. And again, I'm just gonna go through some of these other graphics and get these set up with the new mic. There we go. Did issue a new confirmed tornado warning up here as well. Yeah, it looks like they dropped that one. That one that had the weird polygon, so that was probably an accidental thing. Northeast at 30 miles an hour. Excuse me if you heard that. Yeah, like what we saw earlier with the cars parked under the overpass is just absolutely unacceptable. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Davenport. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Davenport. Let's get cameras right now. Cameras, 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 cameras. Quick, 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 quick. Cameras. Iowa Metro. We need one out of Davin. Can't find anything in Davin. I know it's Davenport, but I'm just shortening the name. All right, I'm gonna have to find cameras elsewhere. Hold up, guys. We'll toss it back to um radar feed. Not what we were looking for. Those aren't even live anyway. You need tornado report of that one, by the way. Multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. But where are these cameras? All the ones I had are not working. The one that I had for Davenport is not working. Yeah, I did get one that's slightly east, I guess. That's something. Never mind, can't use it. All right, I found some. Found some. All right, let's get this pulled up. All right, we are in business in terms of covering that. Go back over here real quick. Just want to share a case that tornado continuing to move towards Johnston Jonestown Center at this time. And let's go over here near Monticello. So it's in another radar dead zone. You can see clearly some rotation over here near like way to the south of Warsaw. And then hold up, you might hear a bit of my mic. I'm gonna readjust. All right, all right. So I'm another multicam again. Let me take that, move it to the side. There we go. Thank you. Care. Don't give me that prompt. Please. Oh, I think I accidentally got rid of that. I'll transition and just figure it out as we go. I did see some stuff happening here. Well, I gotta get that back up. Quick, quick, quick. That's not what I want. Nope. Let's figure out which one it is. It's not giving me the please pick that one up. All right, I guess I just gotta move it to this page. Cameras are going down right now. And I just gotta crop. It's not what I want to do. Won't be able to check chat at the moment as I'm doing this, by the way. I just gotta just quick. There we go. Yeah, now we could go ahead and track this as it make its way through the Davenport area. Very strong winds happening at the moment. Yeah, near whiteout conditions, by the way, right there. Let's go back over here. See here, Madison's under a tornado warning now. Seems to be some broad rotation, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then this one is trying to pick itself back up, but right now it's still pretty broad rotation. They just downgraded that. Nothing too insane going on down here. There's a cluster of storms at this point. That's basically what it's turned into. Yeah, the way you're able to tell these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings without like reading the warning is if, for example, you got this big severe thunderstorm warning right here, and you got a smaller one inside of it. Normally, when you get something like that, that's normally where you get your destructive severe thunderstorm warnings from. Yeah, right now, very strong winds. That's going right for the airport, so it'll be interesting to see the wind speeds there. Of course, we got to stay ahead of it. And there's also this right here we can take a look at. That gives us a 360-degree view of the area. So we're going to go there next, as we're now seeing these winds blast through the area. But yeah, reading chat real quick. I can send my Discord in the chat. Would you be able to friend me? Not at this moment. Not at this moment. You can see another. Might be another circulation trying to kick itself up right here. Actually, okay, look at the top right. You can see that wind blasting. Yeah, Jonestown Center. I mean, yeah, Johnstown Center still in the path of multiple tornadoes at the moment. Let's go back up here real quick. Yeah, very broad rotation. Nothing too impressive I can see here. This is crossing Townsend and Lakewood right now. The remaining are safe spots regardless. New tornado warnings down here that I want to take a look at. Ooh, that is a pretty nasty one right here. See if we can get a camera on that. That is a pretty nasty signature right there. Where would this be at? Way to the northwest of Springfield. Yeah, no camera coverage over there, but yeah, that is a pretty nasty hook signature that is moving to the northeast here in Missouri. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour for a 21 ping pong sized hail near Rockdale, Wisconsin. Tornado report near Rockdale, Wisconsin. Let's go back up there real quick. I just want to check back in this storm. It just goes slightly to the north, where again that tornado warning storm remains in effect. This is south of Sun Prairie, moving towards Marshall at the moment. And then we do have what appears to be another circulation trying to kick itself up here. So yeah, just a whole bunch of tornadic activity over here. Multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. Go back to some of these Wisconsin cameras. We could take a look. And that one is just firm down. Yeah, now we're seeing this cross. Um, this storm is crossed as is basically crossing the radar site right now at the airport. So yeah, we're about to see this. Um, we're able to see what wind speeds we're getting at the surface. Not exactly at the surface, but it's basically as close as we can get it. We're just gonna go right here for just a second. Yeah, next area I'm worried about with this one, it seems to be right along here. We got another hook trying to form a bit of circulation at this current time. They just issued a giant severe thunderstorm warning for the whole shebang right here that we're seeing right here. And yeah, I do see that warning. Again, it seems like we have multiple tornadoes in the area, so we gotta take our tornado precautions. We gusted up to 66 at the airport. that been there? I don't know, but it's fixed now. It's fixed now. Brandon Kopic has a good view. I'm gonna pull it up, although I can't share it on stream. I'm just gonna pull it up. Yep, that's the first thing I see. Power outage update, by the way, everybody. 17,000 out in Missouri, 14,000 out in Illinois, and 14,000 out in Wisconsin. Go back to the one in Missouri. It's moving towards 13 here near way to the north of Vista. It's not as impressive right now, but it could easily spin back up. We also got one here to the west, which is pretty broad. It's along a line, so if anything forms, it'll be quick. It'll be a quick spin up. Yeah, it seems like they did drop the confirmed tornado warnings here. They're gonna reissue something here in a moment. Yeah, right now this is still this area has been impacted pretty heavily right now, and that will continue to be the case for a bit longer. And again, while we have, let me make sure there's nothing else major going on. Yeah, just got some decent rotation of these storms, but it's in the radar dead zone, so we can't get the best of data. On a cloud near White Lake 11 minutes ago. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm seeing like multiple of these tornado reports show up here. Snapped and uprooted trees, damaged to houses, and sheet metal wrapped around trees near Emerald Grove. So yeah, that is tornado related, obviously. Yeah, we are getting damage reports. And look at. Oh, never mind. Uh, that that is not true rotation. But yeah, yeah, we got a tornado damage right here. This is very broad. They're gonna drop that here soon. Go back up here real quick. Let's go back to White Lake. I'm getting a lot of funnel cloud reports with this one. But at this point, yeah, it's gone. Like there's nothing left of that. So drop. They're gonna drop that. They will drop that. But yeah. I think we can go back to radar feed. This doesn't seem as strong as it used to be, so we're gonna go back to radar. Why is it? Okay, there we go. Flash flooding reports out of Kansas City at this time. Uh, Water rescue, apparently, according to this report. Turn around, don't drown, is the saying. Yeah, we are going to keep an eye on this. This one is yeah, that's although that's slightly outside the moderate corridor, it's still it's still pretty much in it. So we got to keep an eye on that. On the and just again going to the that strong tornadoes again are likely early before getting washed up by messy storm. That's what we're seeing now. At this point, that is what we're seeing. We're starting to see this turn more linear. Although strong tornadoes cannot be ruled out still along this line, but yeah, right now we're going to start winding down in terms of that. Dangerous wind speeds up to 90 miles an hour. That is next. You have already seen some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings so far, and very large hail that will continue to pose a threat. Since I already here, yes, yeah, right here again. If you missed the announcement from last stream, we do have a channel rebrand on the way, and one of the big things is we're actually going to start uploading videos. If you check out our channel, we saw we uploaded 3. That was really it. But we're going to be posting more higher quality videos, and it is an end of an era, but it will be the beginning of a new exciting one. Hopefully, with a proper team. I'm currently assembling a team that will be able to help to make sure that this is not a one-man show. Make sure that this is not a one-man show anymore. And new graphics will be on the way. In case you didn't see, like some of the little things we have around, around it is going to be rebranded to Storm Base Central. So yeah, hopefully you're excited for that. Yeah, going back here, I want to join the team. Yeah, we're doing. Yeah, we're going to be doing a process. So once that process becomes available, you can find it in the community posts tab. That's probably where it's going to go. That's also where the Discord server invite will be once that is available. We have hired a couple people to do the graphics. We should have everything done by May. My birthday's tomorrow, so I won't be able to do anything tomorrow, and I'm gonna be busy next week with some other projects, so it might be a bit. Yeah, we're gonna stay live. How long have we been live for? We've been live for nearly 3 hours. It feels a bit longer than 3 hours, to be quite honest. Let's go back. When's the next outlook? Let me check again. Yeah, we have one. Yeah, the next one will be at 8. Yeah, 3 hours. I mean, 3 hours is kind of low for how long we go. Sometimes our usual average is like 7 hours. I think the last one we did was 5. Melissa was 9 hours. May 18th and the 19th was 10 hours. May 16th was nearly 8 hours. April 4th was 7 hours. Yeah, it's mostly 7 hours long. So, in terms of the grand scheme of things, it's kind of a bit on the low end. But yeah, right now, we'll be live for a bit longer. We're just mainly transitioning more to a damaging wind threat. We are already getting damage reports here as well. How old am I turning? I'll be turning 19 tomorrow. 19. I was supposed to be chasing this year, but I mean, things happen. I might be able to hurricane chase this hurricane season with a couple friends of mine, which would be pretty exciting if things go well. Yeah, I was how old was I when I started this? When we start 2024, I was 16 when we started this. Actually, I don't think I was even 16 yet because I think we started it early. I think we started earlier than that. I can't check right now, but yeah, pretty interesting. But yeah, going back up here, live camera coverage. I'm just trying to see where we could use it at. We could go back up to Wisconsin real quick. Just see what we're working with, because again, we do have some cameras up here. I just don't see much of anything in terms of rotation at the moment to really warrant that switch. And then that one's too broad. Let's go back to Missouri because I do know Missouri had some things cooking up. No cameras down here though, but oh yeah, so yeah, that yeah, it seemed like it kind of a tighten up here. So it is really trying to get something going. And if it does get something going, uh, we will be able to, we'll be here to cover that. Yeah, broad rotation of this one. And then do we have any, do we have anything else? Yeah, in case you missed it earlier, we did have a tornado. We apparently had a tornado hit one of our cameras. You could see debris flying. I mean, I might try to get an instant replay of that if I can get that pulled up on another window. The destructive severe thunderstorm continues for areas east of Davenport, and they might have lowered it. Yeah, it's still 70 though, so still something that you need to take seriously. Yeah, this is moving out of our camera coverage area. Illinois has some pretty bad camera coverage. They got severe thunderstorm warning up here, warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That will be moving towards Lake Michigan. Yeah, they've dropped that warning. We haven't checked the SPC in a while. Yeah, so we do have a we do have this I want to share. This was released 17 minutes ago. And you can see the early stages of squall line development are noted. The potential for severe winds will increase downstream. And you can see they lowered the most probable tornado peak intensity. So that strong tornado threat, we're starting to come down significantly on that. A transition to a linear storm mode is likely underway and will result in an uptick in severe wind potential as well as embedded mesovortices downstream. Yeah, tornadoes are still going to happen. It's basically KLCS, where it's just basically KLCS tornadoes. These kinds of tornadoes spin up quickly, and they can spin up quickly and die just as quickly. So, the strong tornado threat that we've been seeing from like the discrete supercells, that's coming to an end. Like at this point, it's basically fully come to an end at this point. There's like a few pockets where something may happen, but I mean, at this point, it is just one giant line that's gonna produce damaging winds throughout the throughout tonight. Throughout tonight. Yeah, we have this warning here moving up. They just extended it towards Warsaw, Edwards, Fairfield, and Fairfield. That includes southern Benton County, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. No camera coverage on that one. So you have two destructive thunderstorm warnings. I just want to go ahead and okay, so the other one is in Oklahoma. Let's go down there. Yeah, this is our destructive severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Remember, the hail is another part of this threat, and that the largest part of the hail will be southwest of Blackwell. Cameras, I don't think we have any up there. Actually, we might. I'll take a look real quick. What take a look. But yeah, that is for large hail. Yeah, okay, so we do have a camera out there, but it's not anything that we're gonna stay on. Yeah, here's a view from that general area at this time. Yeah, nothing that we're gonna stay on, just a view out there. That's north of Blackwell, by the way. Let's see if we can get like a southern facing camera. Yeah, we do have one, but it's not showing anything interesting. All right, let's kick it back up. Yeah, that's one of the restricted severe thunderstorm warnings, and the other one is in effect all the way here in Davenport. But those winds have basically fully passed at this point. They have basically fully passed. But yeah, I mean, no confirmed tornadoes at this time, which is good news. That can change, but that's what we want to see. You have a new tornado warning for Waterloo and Watertown, and you can see that very small area of rotation. Uh, I'm definitely not expecting any cover and any camera coverage up here. I will take a look. And again, with these kinds of storms, I mean, they're going to be heavily rain wrapped. We're really not gonna be able to get visuals. Yeah, there is cameras, but they're not showing anything. They're not showing it. So yeah, so that a small that small area of rotation, basically near Waterloo, will be continuing its way towards Witchwood and north of Watertown. So take cover. Take cover. This is what you need to do. What you need to do: get into interior room on the lowest floor or a basement. Avoid windows. Never park under overpasses, which we've unfortunately seen a lot of this stream. And do not shelter in a mobile home or outbuilding. And again, for severe thunderstorms, you want to take shelter indoors. Stay away from windows. And for the higher end warnings, you want to treat it as a tornado and get into an interior room. Be aware of down trees and power lines after the storm. And remember, if you can hear thunder, you can be struck by lightning. All right, new tornado warning. We're going to go ahead and cover right here. This is near Galesburg and includes Knoxville. And this goes all the way towards Williamsfield. Uh, this is for Central Knox County until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving east at 40, and you can kind of see a broad area of circulation right here, southwest of Galesburg. This should remain just south of you guys. However, you're still dealing with a damaging storm right now, so stay in your shelters regardless. And then the main area is going to be Knoxville. This might go a little bit south of Knoxville, but it's too close to call. People in Knoxville should seek shelter, and people in Williamsfield should seek shelter. They've gone ahead and dropped a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, that they had up, and if we go here, sorry if you hear that. Pretty sure we no longer have any destructive warnings. Yeah, so no destructive severe thunderstorm warnings to worry about. Now we're just dealing with these potentially quick spin up tornadoes at this point. And if there's an area of cameras that's going to be hit by some strong winds, we'll obviously be on that. It's going to be pretty hard to do so in Illinois, just because camera coverage isn't that great, to be honest. We could maybe get some photos of the of just the line itself, but nothing in terms of tornadoes. I mean, we are seeing a bit more broader rotation on this one, heading towards West Point, the West Point area. So if we're in West Point, we want to take shelter. 70-mile-per-hour winds are also possible. A lot of these are being warned for 70 miles an hour, which is considerable. Now I had an extended this one in Missouri again. Wait, never mind. That was just radar playing tricks on me. Yeah, rotation on it, not as impressive as it was. I will check the other radar just to see. Yeah, it's very broad now. Actually, no. Recent scan shows it a little bit more tighter. So we'll see how that develops. This thing has been trying to fully develop for a while now. Let's go ahead and see what we have now. Now that we got a moment, I just want to see what we have in terms of tornado damage. Take a look. Yeah, we are seeing videos of some pretty major tornado damage. I'll go in and link a few of these here that I can't share. Go back over here real quick. Yeah, looks like we got something trying to form here. Let's go. Let's go to the cameras. Never mind. We don't have any camera coverage out here. But yeah, yeah, we do got a hook trying to form. You can see that small area of circulation moving towards Elkhorn. Call back from storm chasing near Davenport. What did they say? Um, yeah, so we got that one near approaching Elkhorn. Yeah, no tornado. Yeah, I expected that, and just a lot of wind. Yeah, we had a again for people that missed it earlier. We had a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Moving to the east. This one just went observed. This one just went observed. Radar confirmed tornado. Let's go ahead and take a look at CC here, and yeah, you can see that tornado debris signature. Very small one. But yeah, this tornado is now on the ground, moving towards Elkhorn. No camera coverage. I could probably just look up. I'll see if I can look up and find any, but I am not expecting to find any. Yeah, it is not going to happen. So yeah, that is moving to the east here towards Elkhorn, towards the lines, and then eventually we'll be moving its way towards Burlington, if it does make it there. Yeah, we have another tornado in progress in Wisconsin. A lot of the tornadoes, so a lot of the stronger tornadoes we've had so far has been in Wisconsin. And yeah, this is just past near Devlin. Moving its way, it's going to be crossing Interstate 43. We got a flash flood warning over here, by the way, and Janesville. We did get a flash flood report. 2 cars stranded in floodwaters. They did drop the warning over here in Missouri, but that extension still remains in effect. We already got special marine warnings up for Lake Michigan for this incoming storm. This area in general has been hit a lot recently by severe weather. Up to you. But yeah, this storm is approaching Elkhorn. And newest scan shows it a little bit more broader, but we are watching because it still has a pretty impressive hook echo on it at this time. Wait, we also got a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma. I already checked for cameras, but we'll see if any of them, because again, some of them are camera operated. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground, right on top of a Ponce City. and no cameras. And let's see what this was confirmed by. This is a broadcast media confirmed tornado. If I had to guess, probably News 9. I think they cover it this high and this north. I'm not sure, but I'll take a look anyway. Normally they would. Actually, I don't think they do. Yeah, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with this right now. Yeah, that is a confirmed tornado on the ground approaching McCord next. It's right on top of Ponca City. And let's see if there's any new destructive storms. Doesn't appear to be, which is good news. Okay, let's go back up to the one in Wisconsin. Yeah, pretty broad rotation over Elkhorn now. Moving to the east here towards Burlington, even though they're slightly out of the warning, but we need to keep an eye on it. Go back to this warned storm over here. Very broad rotation on that one, south of Knoxville now. Now just getting into the storm itself. Very strong winds on this one, I will say. Resonant structure fire due to lightning. Yeah, there's a report there. Go back to this tornado warned storm right here. And again, this is basically on top of McCord now. Tornado report 1 mile south. All right, so so we got a tornado on the ground. Again, that is broadcast media confirmed, so not radar confirmed. I'm gonna mute this site. There we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, so News 9 does cover it. Okay. And again, here is a link to News 9 of their coverage on this. Yeah, time is 7:04 Central now, April 17th, day before my birthday. And we do got rotation trying to kick up here as well. That's currently tornado warned. All right, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. So BRB for just like 1 minute. I just gotta go across the house and get it real quick. So BRB. All right, I am back with some water. I guess your reminder to stay hydrated. Let me just drink. Ooh. Ooh. All right. And I was thirsty. All right, so let's go see. All right, let's cover this real quick. We do have this extension pushing more north, all the way towards Bradford now. Broad area circulation. I mean, they're worried about quick spin up tornadoes along this line, and that will be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Now we're starting to see some of these storms push into southern Milwaukee, and eventually we can get this out of here towards Lake Michigan and eventually into Michigan itself, which is not really under any threat. There'll probably be some minor severe thunderstorm activity by the time it gets there. But let's go back to Oklahoma because that was the big thing. Yeah, there's that tornado report. Broadcast media. You can see that hook echo right on McCord. Um, yeah, and they're showing it too. There's no cameras out here that we can share. I don't think there's any out here at all. They've gone ahead and extended this warning towards Webb City and Burbank, and that they've been down. It's been downgraded to a radar indicator rotation moving east at 40 miles an hour till 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this also has some major hail with it. That's also one of the main concerns. New tornado warning in Missouri for deep water and coal and tightwad. So broad area of circulation. Um, even if you don't get uh, hit by the circulation, you're still going to get some damaging winds out of it. It seems like from the signature southeast of deep water that is moving east at 60 miles an hour until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Trying to see if you got any destructive warnings. Doesn't look like that we do. But we do have a new observed warning. Let's go here real quick. New observed warning with this. Let's go ahead. Damaging tornado. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. Yeah, law enforcement has confirmed a tornado on the ground. You can see that this is some pretty powerful rotation, and and as well as some very powerful winds as moving to the east here. This is east of Bentley, northwest of Plymouth, and this will be moving east towards Faden, not sure how to say that, Macomb, and Industry. So if you're in those areas, you need to seek shelter as you got a tornado on the way, as well as damaging winds. This seems to be another area where we're going to see more damaging winds with this. New tornado warning again in that Clinton area. They can't catch a break. So let's just go ahead, check it out, and there will be your area of rotation. Let's go over to our cams real quick. Go to our cams. Well, a lot of them were knocked down due to the storms from earlier. Yeah, so we can't get anything. So there are cameras there, but they're all knocked. They're all knocked out. Yeah, that's going to be moving south of Rockton. Going to be crossing Interstate 90. Interstate 90. Yeah, those two cameras are down also. Do any of these work? None of these work. Oh, yeah, but that's going to be crossing Interstate 90. So if you're in that polygon, you need to seek shelter immediately. Let's check the debris. Let's see if there's any debris in the air. Not yet. Okay, let's go back down to Oklahoma. You can still see that impressive hook echo at this current time. As just moving due east towards Burbank. And now we got a cluster of tornado warnings over here. These ones should be dropped. I don't see anything over here. This one could spin up, could produce a brief spin up, but I don't see anything more than that. There's still some very strong winds with that at this current time. And then if we go back to Wisconsin again, Burlington is now in a tornado warning. So if you're in Burlington, it is time to seek shelter. This does have a history of producing a tornado. And a reminder, in less than an hour, we should get our new SPC outlook. So we'll probably keep going till that point. And we're starting to see more severe thunderstorm warnings enter central Illinois and northern Illinois. We do got some wind damage of a sheet metal barn that had its roof ripped off. That's why you don't want to be in those. You don't want to be in outbuildings. Again, for severes, you want to take shelter indoors, stay away from windows for higher end warnings. You want to treat it as a tornado or get into an interior room. I mean, you want to treat it as a tornado warning and get into an interior room, excuse me. And you want to be aware of down trees and power lines. If you can hear thunder, you can be struck by lightning. And then for tornadoes, you want to get into an interior room on the lowest floor or a basement. Never park under overpasses and do not shelter in a mobile home or outbuilding. And remember, tornado watch versus warning. A warning means that a tornado is ongoing or rotation has been observed by radar. If you're under a warning, take shelter now. And a watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes in the area. If you're under a tornado watch, prepare for severe weather. And right now, we're kind of starting to see. I think they might drop this moderate here. Actually, I'm fairly certain they're gonna drop this moderate here at the next update. Yeah, you can see that little area of rotation still persistent west of Burbank, moving to the east. And yeah, you can see that this tornado that's been observed has some pretty good rotation on it. It's kind of hard to see because it's a bit of it's not really in the best in terms of radar coverage, but that is observed by law enforcement. So you need to seek shelter if you're in that area. Again, we are calling out Faden, Industry, Macomb, Tennessee, not the state, but this area here in Western Illinois, Wardolph, and other areas in southeastern Hancock County and McDonough County. Oh, I butchered that county name, but I'm sorry about that. But yeah, that's where we're going to be seeing this tornado, as well as the strong winds. That's going to be some very strong winds entering that area. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts for this storm right here. No camera coverage out here, but we are likely going to see an uptick in power outages in the area. Which, speaking of that, getting you an update on power outages. We have 17,000 in Missouri, 15,000 in Illinois, and 14,000 in Wisconsin. So yeah, we're going to be seeing these line of severe thunderstorms push more into the Chicago area. And again, this area has been hammered hard this severe weather season. We had this here and wait, how do you say it? There's a specific way to say it. Uh, Kaneki. I think I don't know, but yeah, we had a very strong tornado push through here, and just a long track tornadic supercell pushed through that area, and then we had more severe weather happen in this general area as well. But yeah, I am getting a little bit concerned by how this looks. This could fully come together into a strong couplet. You can see where that rotation would be right here. And that's going to be moving just northwest of Burlington. They might push it up here towards Wind Lake if that keeps maintaining. probably going to be dropping this warning over here, by the way, for Waukesha. So, but yes, yeah, strong winds are still possible with that. Going back to Oklahoma, still pretty broad rotation at the moment, but you can still see a small resemblance of a hook. Small resemblance of a hook with that one. Some pretty large hail falling in Cost City at this time. We're getting more tornado warnings in this area, just a cluster of them. Yeah, they are worried about anything along this line producing something. So again, if you're in this cluster right here, seek shelter right now, as tornadoes are possible with that. So again, zooming out right here, our main line is right along here. That's where a majority of its severe thunderstorm warning. We do have this area, so I'm going to go to this radar so we can get a better look. Yeah, we can see more part of this line that isn't as strong, but it's still producing some severe conditions. Although again, it is not as strong as the one up to the northeast. Looking at it from here, you could see some pretty good high level rotation on this one, as well as an impressive hook echo from the Tulsa radar. So yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds have been issued over here from Center to Mount Sterling. We got one issued from Lewistown up towards Victoria, just north of Victoria. It's also for 70-mile-per-hour winds. A lot of these are warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Um, so let's go back to the Oklahoma storm. I also want to take a look from Tulsa's radar. Yeah, very impressive hook echo at the moment. Rotation, I mean the high level rotation is pretty solid right now. So this is something that we need to watch as it continues to move towards Burbank. They just extended it towards Paul Huskia. Paul Huskia. I'm not trying to say that. Moving east at 55 miles an hour for a tornado and golf ball sized tail. And we got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings out here, by the way. We got one moving towards a ceiling, and then we got this one moving towards Lacey. Yeah. If you're wondering about cameras, Illinois' camera coverage is pretty limited. Can't really get that. Really can't get that good of camera coverage out there. tornado warning over here was dropped. And we are watching, yeah, on this one, the rotation doesn't look to be as impressive. But we are going to look and see if this thing does redevelop. I mean, at this point, the strong tornado threat up to the northeast, that one's basically winding down. They may get like a random one here and there. But all of it's basically going to be just mainly be just linear, like KLCS tornadoes. And then, yeah, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now issued for downtown Milwaukee. Yeah, I mean, all this is being turned into just a line, and it should fizzle out during the overnight hours. Yeah. Do you think this event was forecasted well? Um, for winds, let's go by this one by one. For winds, I think it was well verified. We had that storm over there like in the Kansas City area that was like 80-mile-per-hour winds. For tornadoes, I would have probably, I mean, verification wise, if they wanted to be exactly perfect, I probably would have pushed up the like the Sig 2 area a bit more north because we had a lot of our tornadoes in the Wisconsin area. That's where basically all of our strong tornadoes happened. And for hail, yeah, it verified pretty well. So I think overall this was pretty well forecasted. Uh, and yeah, after this we have slight risk on the 18th, and after that, I mean, it seems like we're going to go into a bit of a break after having a severe weather, um, multiple days of severe weather. We're approaching about nearly 4 hours now of live coverage. If nothing more truly happens, we're probably going to be wrapping this thing up at 8. Right now, this is moving towards more of a severe weather, a wind event, and we just don't really have that good of camera coverage out here in Illinois that we could use. So there wouldn't be much of a point for me to keep going after that point. But we're gonna stay alive and make sure we don't miss anything. And yeah, this tornado warning in Oklahoma, yeah, the rotation is getting a lot more broader. It's starting to see that down there. These storms right here. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for baseball-sized hail moving to the east towards Lacey. There's not that many cameras out here. Yeah, since we're kind of in a calm period, this is just your reminder to just support us. We are a small weather channel trying to grow. We're about to go through massive rebrand, and yeah, things should get really exciting. So if you want to support us, like and subscribe, and share it with your friends. Share it with your friends about this channel and all the things that we're about to get up to. We want to make a channel that doesn't have the BS that modern WX channels has sometimes, with the clickbaity thumbnails and the all that trash. So we want to bring just pure information and just share the interest about just weather in general. Yeah, I don't know. Is this destructive? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's gonna have some damaging winds with it as it moves towards Astoria, Vermont, and further east here, Havana as well. The tornado warning here was just extended towards Harvard, all the way towards Spring Grove. They get a tornado report, tornado on the ground visible. Yeah, there's a tornado on the ground of that one, and photos show multiple large branches broken and blocking a roadway. Um, Possible tornado damage. So it seems like we have another tornado up here, and now that's continuing to move eastward. Very broad rotation on this storm moving up towards Bradford. You guys see that 66 mile per hour wind gust report by the Mesonet. Flash flood warning in Kansas City has expired. we have our update coming in less than half an hour. We have this new tornado warning. I'm going to check the airport actually. You can see that hook echo west of Wind Lake, northwest of Waterford. Go to the actual radar site. Yeah, pretty. And yeah, you can see that little couplet right there. Let's see, nothing in terms of debris. And this is going to be west of Wind Lake. Oh yeah, that is a pretty that is a nice little couplet right there. Let's see if we can get a. Are there any cameras up there? I mean, we're getting closer to like the Milwaukee area. Okay, we do have a camera. Okay, so we do have a camera out there, guys. So let's go out there. Hold up. Yeah, here is a live view of that situation, and it is rocking and thundering right now. As we have a pretty small, but pretty impressive couplet. And this is as close as we can get to this warning. And we'll keep an eye on that. Tornado warning still remains in effect down there. This one has been downgraded to radar indicated. Going to take a closer look. Yeah, just a big mess due to the radar hole out here. Yeah, still something to keep an eye on. One in Oklahoma. Yeah, Bartersville, Barnesdall. Is currently now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Just got hammered by a EF4. And this is also one of the first tornado warnings we ever covered. Wasn't the F4, but it was another random warning. That was the first one we ever covered on this channel. Yeah, this is moving east at 55 miles an hour for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. New large tornado warning issued all the way towards Olean and Lake Ozark. And yet you can see the sheer powerful wind on this too. Is one of the reasons why they're worried about possibility of tornadoes. You're scanning this very high, pretty high though, so keep that in mind. This isn't ground level, so the winds. I mean, the farther you go up, the farther you go up, the winds, the higher the winds would be. One near Wind Lake, that one seems to be on the way out. And these are always pretty brief. Funnel cloud reports on your Capron. And I'm pretty much expecting from them to drop this moderate here in just a moment. Yeah, if you've been watching up to this point, make sure you support us. Um, we have a lot of things planned, and then also you can also find us on our Twitter, and then you could also once we get a Discord server up and going, we'll go ahead and get you guys that link in the community post tab. We have a lot planned. Right now, we're kind of winding down a bit of that tornado threat, but that will continue to be. Oh, look at the top right there. You can see that camera shaking all the rain curtains. Yeah, right now, go back down to Oklahoma for one of the final times. We got this storm right here moving to the east. We'll be moving its way from towards Bison, Marshall, Covington, and all that. New tornado warning pushed up towards Jefferson City, by the way. There's a cluster of tornado warnings up there. Yeah, to recap um, this event, we had multiple PDS tornado warnings. We had a tornado, I mean, not visible on stream, but we did have a tornado hit one of the cameras that was not visible. We had a lot of people parking under overpasses, which is just unacceptable, completely unacceptable. And yeah, after that, mainly just transitioned to a straight line wind event so far. They dropped the tornado warning in Oklahoma, by the way. They did get a 66 mile per hour. Oh, no, we already covered that. My bad. Victory Road completely blocked by fallen trees. near McCord. Could be tornado related, but you don't know and stuff like this. But yeah, I mean, there isn't really anything much left. This will continue to push through Illinois and the rest of the area. This should be gone during the overnight hours. You have a small slight risk tomorrow on the 18th, but I'm not going to be covering that. Even then, it's my birthday on that day, so I'm not going to be covering it anyway. So, yeah, don't know. I don't know when this rebrand is going to be happening. But it will be happening at some point. It will be happening at some point, and I really hope you're excited for what we have planned. So, I think we're gonna wrap things up a bit early. Actually, let's just do one final overview. Yeah, there isn't really much left. So we'll be back on the air. There's like a major tornado on the ground. Not 100% likely, but you never know. And we will be ending the stream, and the SBC. Uh, Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna make sure that we don't have anything at all. All right, and I'm gonna look at chat one final time because I had that turned off for a bit. Actually, wait real quick before I do. We have a new tornado warning over here, by the way. Uh, this includes areas south of Milwaukee. This seems like the kind of warning that they're issuing just for the potential of spin up tornadoes and nothing really more. That will be in effect until 8:45 Central. So to get through the rest of these, are you ready for my Discord or not? This stream, not this stream. Uh, Again, I have a lot of stuff to do today for the rest of the night and tomorrow, and yeah, it's gonna be a bit. And then I did know you have interest in the team. Again, we are gonna have a process. Um, you can see in our community tab when we open that up. I can't provide when it's gonna be opened up, but once it's opened up, it'll be in our community tab. When is the next SBC outlook? It will be in less than 15 minutes at the 8 o'clock hour. I'm gonna get off early, and I wanna I want to use the bathroom, and I want to get ready for my birthday tomorrow. But I do fully expect they will drop the moderate. They are going to be dropping this moderate, and I do fully expect. Uh, oh yeah, just real. Oh yeah, there's just one observed. Let's just check that out. Yeah, and this basically we're going to be seeing. Let's go back to radar feed. This basically we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing these spin up tornadoes. There might be a chance at a strong one. There might still be a chance out there. Um, I know sometimes I said that, and there's like a strong tornado that immediately happens. So yeah, but yeah, that just went observed. Everybody in Smithfield, Cuba, Bryant, St. David, Banner, Canton, Norris, Fairfield. Fairview and Farmington. Get to your safe spots. For central Fulton County. It's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar confirmed a tornado. Let's see where that is. Yep, you can see that tornado debris signature. Very brief signature. And yes, so yeah, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. Happy birthday. We'll come back to this. This is great coverage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're gonna be wrapping things up now. Fully expect them to drop the monitor and all that. And overnight, this should just remain straight line wind, like a straight line wind type event with a few spin up tornadoes, maybe a strong one. But main tornado threat is over, and Illinois just doesn't have great camera coverage, unfortunately, that we could use. So, nothing much I can bring more to the table. So, we're going to be wrapping things up. New tornado warning over here, by the way, for Bartersville, but not expecting anything out of that. I'll just take one look at it. Yeah, make sure you like and subscribe, everybody. Make sure you like and subscribe. We have a major rebrand on the way. And I'll see you guys next time. Adios, everybody. It's not switching. Oh yeah, I forgot to say. This is watching the skies, watching for everything. Stay safe out there. Almost forgot to say the line. Goodbye, everybody.